Hi, I'm Warren Senders with M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice, streaming music and conversations about climate from Glasgow, COP26. In this segment, we're going to lead off with the Australian didgeridoo master, Amos Roach.
Hello, my name's Amos Roach. I am a Nandiri Chaparong man, musician, cultural performer. I'd like to introduce you to my sister girl here, who's joining me today.
Kaya, hi everyone. Hope you're doing well. I'm Shirley Hood, Nyunga Kurnai Gunditj Jamara, First Nations Australia, coming to you today. It's great to be here with Amos to share this message with you about climate change.
It's a big issue, very important, and we have to protect the country, protect the land, look after it.
Land is our Mother Earth, and we need to look after our mother, and especially at this point now. It is vital that we be proactive in this. I remember when I was young, we used to be able to drink the water in the rivers, and we used to be able to swim in the water, but we don't do that now.
It's the essence of life. It provides us with the life. So without water, we can't live. We need to protect the animals and the people for our future generations.
It's really important we stand up today. There's only so many holes you can put in a marble before it's not a marble anymore. And it's up to us. The governments aren't doing anything. Since we've had COVID, we've noticed a change in the pollution in the air because there hasn't been so many cars driving. There are different things like that we can do together as a community and as people of the earth.
Thank you.
Amos Roach, the Australian First Nations didgeridoo master, giving us a demonstration of his extraordinary artistry. Coming up next, Sol y Canto. Brian and Rosie Amador present their own original song, La Mama.
Hola, saludos. Hello. We're Rosie
and Brian Amador of Sol y Canto, coming to you from...
directly from El Camino Francés, part of the Camino de Santiago in northern Spain.
This beautiful place reminds us that climate change is a real danger to all of us. We're presenting you our song La Mama, which talks about Mother Earth, Mama Tierra. If we want to preserve this beautiful place for future generations, we have to fight for social and climate justice. Thank you.
Gracias.
Diversión.
La mamá ya está molesta.
Se acabó la diversión.
La mamá ya está molesta.
Ella perdió la paciencia.
Y ahora se acabó la fiesta.
Ella perdió la paciencia.
Y ahora se acabó la fiesta.
Se acabó la diversión.
La mamá se puso dura.
Se acabó la diversión.
La mamá se puso dura.
Y si piensas desafiarla,
que no se te ocurra.
Y si piensas desafiarla,
que no se te ocurra.
Ella no te va a gritar, no te da con su chancleta. Si le faltas el respeto, algo mucho peor te espera. Algo mucho peor te espera. Hemos hecho maravillas
Con nuestro enorme seso.
hemos hecho maravillas,
Con nuestro enorme seso.
pero no nos dimos cuenta,
Las consecuencias de eso.
pero no nos dimos
De las
cuenta.
consecuencias de eso.
Ella no te va a gritar, no te da con su chancleta. Si le faltas el respeto, algo mucho peor te espera. Algo mucho peor te espera. Mamá tierra, mamá tierra.
Evolution gave us gifts that are second to none. Great big brains, opposable thumbs, and we put them to use, because we ain't no fools. We made music and art and weapons and tools, harnessed fire, built shelter, kept the beasts at bay, made the desert bloom, and turned night to day.
Mamá tierra, mamá tierra.
Now we can fly through the air and compute with computers. We got nuclear reactors, cell phones and scooters.
Mamá tierra, mamá tierra.
But we can't grow forever, because there's not enough space. It's a dilemma faced by the human race. And there's one little detail we just might have missed. Mother Earth's still in charge, only now she's pissed.
Mamá tierra, mamá tierra. Ella no te va a gritar, no te da con su chancleta. Si le faltas el respeto, algo mucho peor te espera. Algo mucho peor te espera.
Sol y Canto. Rosie and Brian Amador singing La Mama. Up next, Joseph Armanetti and his song Last Stand about the California wildfires.
Hi, my name is Joe Armanetti. I wrote this song about the California wildfires in 2017. At the time, the Thomas Fire was raging out of control. It was at the time the largest fire ever recorded in California. Since then, it's only gotten worse. This is a call for unity called Last Stand. Thank you.
Santa Ana, my whole world's on fire. Is this the wrath brought a blind desire? I look to the west, I see flames of hell, white heat bearing down. Somebody ring the bell. Came long ago to this place called paradise. Built up our walls to escape the cold and ice. Grew beautiful cities, shining towers of gold. Never imagined the inferno to unfold. Was I just sleeping, or am I dead inside? Are we all victims of a great divide? Well, let me wake from this terrible dream. Just got to end this perpetual scheme. Oh, Santa Ana, I hear it's snowing down south. Is this our salvation? Or is there really no way out? Do I run and hide, put my head in the sand? Or do I stay here and make one last stand? Was I just sleeping, or am I dead inside? Are we all victims of a great divide? Well, let me wake from this terrible dream. Just got to end this perpetual scheme. What will be left when the cinders turn cold? What will be said of our efforts so bold? Will they find diamonds or a handful of dust? Did we build it for passion, or did we do it for lust? World's on fire. Is this the wrath gonna blind desire? I look to the west, I see flames of hell, white heat bearing down. Somebody ring the bell.
That was Joe Arminetti and his song Last Stand, inspired by the California wildfires. Our next piece is going to take us on a bit of time traveling to a song dating all the way back to the 1600s, the English country dance Red House, played by Donald and Anisette Heller on a pair of hurdy-gurdies.
I'm Donald Heller. My wife Anisette and I have prepared this little video of pictures and music for you, but I do want to tell you that climate change is real, and we have to take action soon, and we have to make the world leaders take meaningful action. They better do it soon. I hope you enjoy the music in the meantime.
Donald and Anisette Heller, playing European music, English country dance music from the 1600s, the tune Red House, for a pair of hurdy-gurdies. Up next, Renaissonics, the Boston-based group that has taken Renaissance music to new improvisational heights. Alta Vittoria, the Great Victory.
Hi, Renaissonics would like to play a piece for you in which everyone improvises together, sharing their own feelings, yet working in harmony. The title is Alta Vittoria, the Great Victory.
Renaissonics from Boston, playing Renaissance music and imbuing it with a freewheeling improvisational spirit. It reminds us that music really is an opportunity to travel backwards and forwards in time. The music of this world carries our own memories along with it. This is Warren Senders for M4CJ. Thank you for listening. Hi, I'm Warren Senders with M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice, streaming music and conversation about climate from Glasgow, COP26. In this segment, we're going to do some time traveling, starting with the longest-lived orchestral tradition on Earth, the Japanese court music called gagaku, which dates back as far as the year 800. This is the Columbia University Gagaku Ensemble under the direction of Dr. Lash Lindsay.
Gagaku, or elegant music, is the powerful ancient imperial court music of Japan that has survived for centuries. The members of the Columbia University Gagaku Ensemble continue this tradition, which is deeply rooted in the changing seasons and unified with nature through the use of bamboo and breath and the reverberation of strings and drums. Through sharing our music, we show solidarity with those advocating for necessary change, so our melody can be passed down to others for generations to come.
the ancient Japanese court music called Gagaku, here performed by the Columbia University Gagaku Ensemble. This music dates back as far as the 9th century, and now we're going to speed forward to around the 17th century. Elizabethan madrigals performed here by an ensemble that's pretty close to me, that is to say, me, my wife Vijaya Sundaram, and our daughter Sharada Sundaram Senders. We hope you enjoy this set of Elizabethan madrigals. Hello.
Hello. Hey.
I'm Warren Senders.
I'm Sharada Sundaram Senders.
And I'm Vijaya Sundaram.
And we are singing a set of madrigals from the 1500s and 1600s for you. These songs reflect a way that human beings have communicated with one another, and they communicate with us over the span of centuries. In order for us to preserve our cultural heritage and pass on these beautiful songs and all the world's wonderful songs to future generations, it's imperative that we, all of us, fight together for climate justice in the here and now. Thank you.
So that music lives on forever, all the world's music.
What they said.
Thank you. Bye.
While joyful springtime lasteth, each thing of pleasure tasteth, and with delights abound, and with delights abound. While joyful springtime lasteth, each thing of pleasure tasteth, and with delights abound, and with delights abound. The birds so sweetly singing, the flowers so freshly springing, with nature's beauty crowned, with nature's beauty crowned. The birds so sweetly singing, the flowers so freshly springing, with nature's beauty crowned, with nature's beauty crowned. To gush forth my tears and soothe my tears and say the burning either of my heart or her eyes choose whether gush forth my tears and soothe my tears and stay the burning either of my heart or her eyes choose whether. Oh, peevish fond desire, for out for loss, alas, for us, alas, alas, my sighs, still blow the fire. Oh, peevish fond desire, for out for loss, alas, for us, alas, alas, my sighs, still blow the fire. The Philomela lost her love, fresh note she warbleth, yes again. The Philomela lost her love, fresh note she warbleth, yes again. He is a fool that lovers prove, and leaves to sing to live in pain. He is a fool that lovers prove, and leaves to sing to live in pain. This love is but a wanton fit, deluding every youngling's wit. This love is but a wanton fit, deluding every youngling's wit. The winged boy doth never light, but where he finds an idle wight, the winged boy doth never light, but where he finds an idle wight, those sweet, delightful lilies, which nature gave my Phyllis, which nature gave my Phyllis, those sweet, delightful lilies, which nature gave my Phyllis, which nature gave my Phyllis. Ah, me, alas, each hour they make me vanquish, so grievous is my pain and anguish. So grievous is my pain, so grievous is my pain and anguish. Hosanna in excelsis, Hosanna in excelsis, in excelsis.
That was me, Warren Senders, my wife Vijaya Sundaram, and our daughter Sharada performing a set of Elizabethan madrigals from the 17th century. Now we'll move forward to the present day and hear Trio Triumphatrix and their setting of the words of astronaut Mae Jemison, the first female astronaut of color, accompanied with video of the Earth from outside. It seems to glow from within.
So here's where we are in the world today. Right now, we're in a world where we have too much of almost everything, and it's creating pollution. We are in a world where we actually have enough food to feed everyone, yet we waste it rather than feeding people around the world. We're in a world where we have, we could share energy in so many ways. We could generate energy in so many ways, yet we choose not to, and we choose to use those forms of energy to super cool homes in some places and leave vaccines unrefrigerated and others. And all of these have to do with how we come up with solutions. So when we look at research, when we look at science and technology, engineering and mathematics, when we look at those research fields, people get to choose what they research. They get to choose what technologies they create and develop. All of those are influenced by who you are, your perspective on the world. And so when you have people who have many different perspectives, it makes a difference. So what we need to do is to make sure that we encourage and keep girls going into the fields, people of color going into the fields, and that we respect and use that information that they can bring, the perspectives. It's not just because once you solve an equation, you come up with the same answer, but what were you trying to solve for? Right? What was it that you were seeing in the world that you were now trying to write an equation to represent? Let's say we could figure out how to get to Mars. How many people could we get to Mars? Say we had 500, 1,000 people to Mars. Who gets to choose? Whose music, whose ideas, whose genetic pool goes? And do we actually think that we could harness all the things that we need to do and go to another planet and set up another world there? If we had that technology, we would use it on ourselves and destroy ourselves first unless we come to a better understanding.
I do not believe space is a plan B. I do not believe space is a plan B. We get very cavalier about it, but this planet is not ours. We get very cavalier about it, but this planet is part of us. We could not survive without it. We could not survive. We have to accept and realize. We have to accept and realize that we have to realize. We have to accept and realize that we all of this past. The reality is this planet is our home. The reality is this planet is our home. So we have to figure things out. So we have to figure things out. So we figure things out. So we have to figure things out. When I was in school, We get this all confused. The earth doesn't need us. We need earth, we need earth. We need earth, we need earth. This planet is part of us. We could not survive without it. The planet is gorgeous. It iridesces from within. The moon, the stars, they're gonna be here. The earth is gonna be not Earth is good on earth. The planet is gorgeous. The earth doesn't need us, not need us. We need earth. We need earth, we need earth. This planet is part of us. We could not survive without it. We need earth, we need earth. We need earth, we need earth. We need earth, we need earth. We need earth, we need
The extraordinary music of Trio Triumphatrix, a setting of the extraordinary words of astronaut Mae Jemison regarding Earth from outside. Those are messages we do well to heed. I'm Warren Senders, and this is M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice. Thank you for listening. Hi, I'm Warren Senders with Music for Climate Justice. With me today is a kinetic sculptor. Arthur Ganson has exhibited his works at MIT, where he was sculptor in residence for many years. He's exhibited there for over 25 years. His works are provocative, fascinating, and they push the boundaries between sculpture, visual art, conceptual art, dance, poetry, and practically everything else. But I asked him here today to talk in particular about two of his works, which are called respectively A Machine with Concrete.
And the second one was Beholding the Big Bang.
These both use gears and to create an artwork that seems to span an unimaginably long time scale. And I want you to tell me a little bit about the thought process that went into them and about the mechanical processes that go into them. Arthur Ganson.
Thank you, Warren. These pieces began many years ago, and I've made a few versions of them. I wanted to create a piece that felt like a visual impossibility. And I was really just dreaming one day, because that's kind of what I do. So I created a piece that was a series of gears, really substantial gears driven by a motor. This motor was driving a whole series of gears, so much that it would take just an incredible long time to turn the last gear once. Then conceivably, I could fix that last gear. And how would I fix it? I wanted to fix it in a way that was visually absolutely clear that it could not move. So I thought, okay, I'm going to embed this gear in concrete. So I wanted to create a visual kind of paradox where you've got action and motion on one end, and then a consistent gear train, and then absolute stability and quietness on the other end. It was also very important that the machine be honest, that it's not trickery. So the first machine I made was a series of gear reductions, and I was using worm gears and worms. In this case, it was a reduction of 1/50th. And I realized, okay, if I take 12 of these 1/50th reductions, the final reduction would be calculated as 1/50th to the 12th power. So given the speed of the input motor, which in this case, the first case was 212 revolutions per minute, when I calculated it all out, the final gear would move once in 2.191 trillion years. So I figured that was enough to make a piece where it is not going to fail.
Each one of those separate levels of gear ratio represents a different scale of existence, where
yes.
At one level you're perceiving things in this very micro level, and then it keeps expanding outward until at the very end you're operating on cosmological time.
So I had that machine for many years, and I kept thinking about it, and I kept thinking, 2.191 trillion years in and of itself is not really a significant number. And then I was thinking about the Big Bang, which some scientists calculate to be about 13.7 billion years ago. So I thought, okay, I'm going to make another machine, and I'm going to time it for the Big Bang. And when I built that machine, it felt much more internally consistent, because that way the concrete is not just stillness, it's also somehow significant. It's pointing at the moment of the Big Bang.
It positions you as the artist or the beholder of the work in the exact center.
Yes.
Of time stretching
exactly.
in both directions. And it makes me think, in Hindi, the word for tomorrow is the same as the word for yesterday. And the word
right.
for day after tomorrow is the same as the word for the day before yesterday. And so
right.
the individual actor is always in the middle of this continuum of time. And what you've done with that really seems to create that sense of resonance on a cosmic level.
Right, that's so interesting.
I want to ask you, do you think about music when you think about these things?
I think about music whenever I'm making my sculptures, because every machine is its own kind of composition, and there's always movement, there's always focus, there's always some aspect of stillness with all of the machines. Rhythm is incredibly important. In a very specific way, the sound of the machine is always very important. And I mean, in a sense, the most important thing with all of these machines is that the place between absolute clarity and absolute ambiguity, I think, is the place that allows the viewer to dream into it, because really it's the viewer that completes the piece.
That's fantastic. So my last question, I'd like to ask you to speculate a little bit about the relevance of your work to the time of our present moment, when geological and atmospheric earthly processes which are now accelerating, and we're experiencing the breakdown of natural processes because of climate change. What does your work have to say to climate change, and what does climate change have to say to your work?
That's a very interesting question. One thing that I think about a lot with my sculptures is that, well, the law that governs them as it governs me is that if it moves, it'll break. So that has to do with the mechanical systems, and anything that's in motion is going to be evolving and changing. And also I see my machines very much an extension of my own body. I am around for just a short time, and at some point I will die, and at some point these machines will die. So now, to answer the question of climate change, I think it speaks to the fact that everything is, in a sense, temporary, and everything is evolving. And it's humbling to consider that.
Yeah.
Beholding the Big Bang is scheduled to time out in 13.7 billion years at it. And looking at climate change and evolution from a very human, playful point of view.
Well, Arthur Ganson,
Yeah.
it has been such a pleasure talking to you today. I'm so glad to have a chance to share your machines and your insights.
You're welcome, Warren. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Warren Senders. With me here in this segment is Rainer Neugebauer. He is the chairman of the John Cage Organ Foundation and artistic director of the Organ II project, also known as Slow as Possible. And this is a piece that's going to last well into the coming centuries. And I asked him here to come and talk about the relevance of the As Slow as Possible project of Organ II to climate change and to thinking about music and timescale generally. Dr. Neugebauer, thank you so much for taking your time to come and talk to us today.
Yeah, hello, Warren.
So please tell us a little bit more about the piece itself, where you are, and then tell us how you came to do this realization and what it means to you.
Yes. First, it was a piano piece in 1985. Cage was asked from Maryland University for a very famous piano competition to make a piece for a semi-final. It must last over 5 or 10 minutes. And he wrote ASLSP, and then the performance note, there was an announcement that first, as slow as possible, and the second, it's also like referring to the last paragraph of James Joyce, Finnegan's Wake, and there Annalivia Plural has something like a stream of consciousness. She wants to sleep, yeah, and there's soft morning city LSP. And this LSP, all the interpreters say this is something like a soft breeze, very warm wind in the morning. Yes. So
lovely.
it's the performance note. On the one hand, it's as slow as possible. Yes. And on the other hand, it's so. 2 years later, Gerd Zacher, a famous German organist, asked Cage for another organ piece. And Cage was a little bit a lazy anarchist. So he said, oh, I have a piece here. It's called ASLSP, yes? And we can rewrote it to an organ, yeah? And with not only with the hands, but also to the feet. And this piece was first performance from Gerd Zacher in 1987 in France, and a festival for 29 minutes and 50 seconds. And in the performance note, there was you must play all the 8 pieces, or all the 8 parts in the piece, and you can repeat all parts. Yes, and Gerd Zacher repeated one part, the 5th part, and he played a little bit faster when he repeated it. So, this 29 minutes, 50 second first performance doesn't sound like melody and rhythm. It's also so. It's not yet in Halberstadt, but in the 1998 there was a conference of new organ music in Trossingen. And there were people who work together with Cage and other people who are very interested in Cage. And there, the piece Organ 2, ASLSP, this was a name of our piece we played. The Gerd Zacher piece was played maybe the 10th time or so. And then there was a question, what does it mean as slow as possible by an organ? Because the piano, the strings faded out. Yes, you can't play it slower from one point, then you must have a break or something. But an organ is something like a breathing instrument, a wind instrument, yeah. And when the wind continuously, you can play it for 1 hour, 2 hours. Oh, the organist must something go to the loo, or I must eat something. No, they made a discussion until the organist fell dead from the chair, yes. And then the next idea was, oh, we don't need an organist all the time. We can fix the keys with something like a glass of water or something else. So, and this was the idea for a very long performance. And then one of the participants knows this empty church where we are in now, in Halberstadt. And this was something like a pig stall and something like a farmhouse, yes? So first was found the place to play this piece very long. And then when all the people are in Halberstadt, they all remembered, oh, there was a date, a very important date for music history and also for organ history. This was the time in 3061 when the so-called Faber organ, a Gothic organ, was completed. This organ is maybe the first instrument with the keys we know today. And some people say this is the birth of the whole classical music from then to Schönberg. We took this 3061 as a point to fix our how long is as slow as possible by an organ, because we take the year 2000 as a mirror X. From 3061 to 2000, 639 years, and from the new millennium to 20,640, there are the 639 years in the future. This was our calculation, and we started the project in 2000. In 2001, we started the realization of the piece with working of the bellows, yes. Right? You need a wind for bellows, even it's something like a break. It was 7 months, you hear only the wind in the church. And 1 year later, then there came the first 3 pipes. There in 2006, a year where we are very hectic because we are 2 chord changes in 1 year. That's what it was, horrible. So since 2011, we have 2 pipes. They are in 16 feet bass pipes, a C and a D flat. And the D flat must work unchanging for 60 years until 2071. From 2013 to 2020, the longest uninterrupted chord in the first part, yeah, one part is 71 years, yes. This chord you hear now, it's from the 5th of September last year. Yeah, it was accidentally Cage's birthday, and it will last until 5th of February in 2022.
And people have come from around the world to be part of those chord changes.
The church was full of crowd, yeah, from all over the world. The TV people are there, yeah, and the reporters from the newspapers, and all the people want to fix the chord change with their smartphones, yes. And you asked me a second, what does it mean to me?
Yes.
This is a very difficult question. Cage would answer, don't have to mean anything. Because for him, for Cage, the tones and the sounds have no meaning, no names. They are not called Beethoven or Mozart. They are sounds, only sounds, just sounds, and nothing else. Yes. So they are simply here, and they give us, he said, the sounds give us a very deep pleasure. And our 639 years organ 2 ASLN piece in Halberstadt, for me, first, it's a performance of the piece. Very serious realization of the piece, yes. And it's not just an arbitrary sound installation as music, yeah, for stores or elevators. It's also a crazy project because no expectations and normal music on a concert are given. Yeah, there are no melody and rhythm. Yeah, no one can hear it all. Yes. So it was clear when I came to Halberstadt, yeah, in 1997, and when the Cage project, or the idea of a very long performance, came to Halberstadt in 2000, I participate in this project, yes, and from the beginning, and so I'm becoming something like a semi-Cage expert in the years, yes. And for me, Cage is one of the most important artists of the second half of the 20th century, not only a musician, but also a philosopher, a visual artist, and a writer, yes. And yeah, what teaches us this thing? Oh, it's also a very hard question.
I think that brings us to the next question I was going to ask you, in the idea that music is something that allows human beings to communicate across large spans of time. So if we play a piece by Bach, we are in some way relating to the mind of Bach. If the musicians who play in the Japanese Gagaku ensemble are playing a music that is perhaps 15 or 1600 years old. Has this music, has this experience changed the way that you think about the future?
Yes, in a very deeply way. First, when you hear the sound, you are only related to one or now 7 sound tones, yeah, to a sound of 7 tones. Yeah. First, I say for the most visitors, yes, they came to our project. Besides to being able to listen for a longer period of a sound, yes. Normally days they can't do it, yes. The people are interested in our dealing with time, yes. And you said the time in which we have it's a time in which we all have no time, yeah. We must rush our appointments, yes. We have around about 20 minutes for this interview, yeah. And the younger people must look at the smartphone for the news, yes, every second, yes. So, and we made something that's it's like timeless, yes. It's what we created here. We will not longer be here at this point, yeah, but the music, yeah, and the sound will be here in 100 years, in 200 years, in 400 years, hopefully. Sounds fade away in the time, and that's one of the most important way of experience of time is music, is sound art, yes. And in this formerly church, one has a feeling of experience of something like eternity, yes, and something like that time stands still. This is an experience you can not often make in the rushy world outside, yes?
So true.
So this Cage project may teach us that instead of going faster, higher and stronger, the future lies in deceleration, in slowingness, yes? Be slow, quiet. And maybe it will teach us patience, endurance and empathy, yes, for the single tones, yes. And I think the Cage sounds, which are not subject to hierarchy, violence, exploitation, and domination, give a preview of a society without these things, without violence, exploitation, and domination. And this will be a preview of a society which fear is also abolished, yes? And so if I have give an interpretation or a meaning about this piece, then it's for me a simultaneously radical, irritating, open, extremely gently piece of art, yes? And it's a dream, yes? It's something like a dream. And here's a former monastery church. It's like a sonic dream space, yes? And for me, it's connected with the principle of hope from Ernst Bloch. I'm a little bit skeptical, but if this piece works like we planned it for 639 years, this building has longer peace he is ever in his 800-year history. The things about the time, about the future, don't know what the future is bringing us.
Which brings me to my last question. The relevance of this music to our discussion of global climate change. We're in the middle of an urgent planetary emergency. In your opinion, what is your feeling about how this piece can contribute to our discussion of global climate change?
Yes, first I must say that the climate change has existential relevance for our music project, yes? If it cannot be stopped and reversed, the climate change, if we cannot stop and reverse the climate change, perhaps this church, this place, and the organ will be sometimes underwater, yes, or due to extreme dryness, Europe will be literally devastated, and everything will be here covered under sand, yeah? Maybe, yeah. We don't know. So, stopping and reverse climate change requires, in my opinion and in our opinion, also systematic change of the system. It takes economic change, yes, and there is no climate justice without social and economic justice. We need to learn, again, to live in harmony with nature, yes, and instead of exploiting it. And this requires a global society without permanent faster and faster, without profit maximization, without exploitation, without violence and wars. And such a society may not yet have a place today, yes, but if it's so, yes, if it's something like utopian or unrealistic, there was a good request by Bertolt Brecht. He said, when something feels you like unrealistic or you feel it like very utopian, then reflect on why is it utopian? Yes, this is, I think, a very important thing. So, and it seems a little bit silly to call the UN climate change conference to make now the world revolution, yeah, to change the system and the economics. I'm here rather pessimistic. Since 1970s, we know everything about the coming climate catastrophe. Yes, but the political actors and unfortunately also large parts of the population does not want to admit it. Yes, and this is the problem. So art. This is my last word to connect in the Cage piece to the climate change. Art is not directly political, but the John Cage project in Halberstadt, like all genuine great art, remembers us, yeah, I thought not reminds, remembers us of a better future that is possible, and provides the patience, endurance, and empathy, but also the discipline needed to reach them. And I think this would be in Cage's only thinking. Yeah, he was interesting in the natural environment and so on and so on.
These are wonderful insights, and hearing the piece itself resonating behind you. These are such wonderful insights. Dr. Rainer Neugebauer, thank you so much for coming on and talking to us about the John Cage Organ Project in Halberstadt. It's a tremendously meaningful work that you're doing. I hope one day to be able to come and experience it in person. Thank you so much for agreeing to talk to us.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's my pleasure, and see us again. We have opened the next 620 years.
The next 620 years. Some point in there, I'll be sure to come by. Hi, I'm Warren Senders. With me is Nicholas Paul Brajewicz. He is the Director of Strategy at the Long Now Foundation in San Francisco. Nicholas, I'd like to just begin by asking you to give me a quick summary about what the Long Now Foundation is and what you do.
Well, thanks for having me, Warren. The Long Now Foundation is a nonprofit organization based in San Francisco, California, and our goal is to help people think long-term, to foster long-term thinking through a variety of different projects and programs and conversations like this one. We're probably most well known for a clock project that we've been working on since the late 90s. That is the Clock of the Long Now. That clock is designed to be housed inside of a mountain in West Texas, where it will keep perfect time for the next 10,000 years. The bell chime sequences were designed by Brian Eno. The clock itself was designed by inventor Danny Hillis, who were two of the founding board members of the Long Now Foundation. So that's one of our projects, but we have some other ones. We worked on a human language archiving project called the Rosetta Project that landed an archive of all human language, all documented human language on a comet 67P with the help of the European Space Agency a few years ago. We've also landed one of those on the surface of the moon, and there's about 100 of them terrestrially here. We also have a long-term betting platform. We have a regular monthly seminar series where we bring experts to talk about their work in the context of the next in the last 10,000 years. We have an award-winning cocktail bar in San Francisco called The Interval, which has a 2-story floor-to-ceiling library with every book you would want to jumpstart civilization and a few museum prototypes of scaled-down versions of parts of the clock. We also had a hand in incubating the Revive and Restore project, which is probably most well known for having a hand in the de-extinction of the woolly mammoth and other genomic technologies for conservation. And there's a few other things that we do as well. So we keep very busy. There's a lot of different ways of getting people to think long term. And so for us, we're thinking, not this conversation, not the short now of this election cycle or even this, this conference cycle. We're thinking of the next decade, the next century, the next millennia. Ultimately, we'd like people thinking about their work in the context of the next and the last 10,000 years. That's what we call the long now. The long now is this present moment expanded to encompass all of that time, 10,000 years in both directions. And the reason for the 10,000 years is because, about 10,000 years ago, we came out of a glacial period, started living together in walled cities, agriculture really started to develop. So when you're looking at civilization scale problems, you want to be looking at the civilization time scale, which is about 10,000 years, give or take. So that's kind of where we are focused. Obviously, I think most people aren't going to be able to think about their startup or their nonprofit or their other endeavor in the context of 10,000 years. But we're hoping that by us working on projects and funding projects and thinking about projects on this time scale, it gives people permission to think a little bit longer than they might usually would. And so even people that are thinking longer than a business quarter, we see that as something of a success. But ideally, we'd like people to get really good at thinking multi-generationally, because a lot of these problems like climate change or asteroid deflection or antibiotic resistance or infrastructural stuff, a lot of the really important things we need to attune ourselves to, they exist on timescales that are beyond a single human lifetime of 70 or so years. And in order to keep us kind of pointed in the right direction across multiple generations, it introduces the question of how do we best do that? Who has been doing that really well? And how can we improve? How can we all improve in working on things that maybe aren't the kind of things that we're going to succeed at completing within a handful of years or even inside of a single lifetime? The kinds of things that are going to take hundreds or thousands of years.
I have a bumper sticker on my car that's a takeoff on Think Globally, Act Locally. On the back of my car, it says, Think in Eons, Act Immediately.
I love that. That's perfect.
I was just talking earlier this week and earlier in this segment with Rainer Neugebauer, who is the director of the As Slow as Possible, the John Cage Organ Project in Halberstadt, which by your standards is a comparatively flash in the pan operation. It'll be finished in the year 2640. But it does bring into question some of the connections that we have with music in general. Perhaps the oldest continuously functioning musical tradition on Earth is the Japanese orchestral music called gagaku, which dates back to around the year 800. People have continued to play it for all of those intervening centuries. The musicians who are playing it now, they're in a sense, they're engaged in a kind of communion with the people who developed the repertoire to begin with.
Well, I think that music is one of these art forms like film that sculpts itself in time. There's a certain element of decorating time that comes with playing music and composing music and thinking about music or thinking musically. So it's almost the raw material by which you're working with is time, and it's a temporal art form that exists in time. There's no way to take it all in at a glance. It has to be laid out in time. And so that's very beautiful, but also it's very provocative for someone who's a long-term thinker. You're thinking, okay, well, what if this piece of music was longer and it was continued across generations, like the Japanese orchestral music you mentioned, or I would be remiss not to mention a project like Long Player as well. And so there are these projects that do the compositions themselves are played out across generations. But then, of course, as you mentioned, something like playing a piece of Bach. Now, that piece isn't going to take you generations to perform, although it'll take you a long time to learn how to perform it, of course. But it won't take you generations to perform, and yet you're participating, like you said, I think you use the word communion. I think that's an appropriate word. For you to commune with Bach is for you to almost crumple up time temporality almost condenses itself in a certain way. You're there with, like you said, the mind of Bach, or you're participating in that thinking, in that music making activity. And there's some other things we can say about the role of preservation in art, in music, and in the idea of keeping something alive across multiple generations, having to rediscover it. It's one thing to write a piece of music. It's another thing to rediscover a piece of music, have it speak to you, and then for you to cast it forward into the future as well. You want to ideally be in the middle of the story, right? So again, with Long Now, we're putting ourselves in the middle of the civilizational story. But if you've recaptured a piece of music that speaks to you from 800 years ago or 1,000 years ago, performing it in such a way or setting it up in such a way that it might cast itself out another 1,000 years is really kind of a beautiful way of, I think, honoring what the deep history of the piece, while also trying to promise it a deep future, an equally deep future. So there's, of course, things there. I mean, musical metaphors resonate, not to be too meta, all throughout thinking about time, because so much of the way we think about time can be linked to the ways we think about music. You think about resonance, for example, and that certain things are just on the right time scales, or they're vibrating on the right planes. And you think about the harmony metaphor that is in music, and harmony and time scales. If you're being beset upon by challenges that'll take 100 years to solve, you think about climate change, it's probably a multi-generational challenge that we're looking to work with. And if that's a multi-generational challenge, is our thinking also multi-generational? Are we in harmony? Is our thinking in harmony? Or our institutions in harmony with this time scale of concern here? And I think, of course, we all agree they generally aren't, and we can bring them into closer harmony. We can try to resonate more closely to these kinds of phenomena. And some of these phenomena are threatening phenomena, like, of course, climate change. Humans are so good at solving problems, and we're so good at solving problems on large time scales. It just seems to be that every now and then we need some help attuning. And again, attunement is itself a musical metaphor as well, when we're thinking about tuning ourselves to the kinds of phenomena that are at the civilizational scale. This is a good time for us to get good at this, because it's the first time we've really had the luxury of wrestling with this too. Of course, playing music, I'm always telling people when we're talking about long-term thinking, people point out that short-term thinking sometimes is the appropriate response to exigencies in the environment. Sometimes you have to be attuned to things that are causing problems or opportunities right now. And that's true. I don't think long-term thinking sets itself apart from short-term thinking. I think we recognize there's a role for both.
You can make a musical metaphor in that you can be involved in the performance of a piece that's very long and be aware of where you are in the overall structure of the piece, and still be concerned about this upcoming cluster of 16th notes that has to be executed correctly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a relationship between the immediate and the whole. And actually being cognizant and being able to tack back and forth between those time scales of concern is of vital importance for the performance to really resonate, for it really to speak to the intentions of the composer. You really need to be able to understand what the whole piece is, and then, of course, like you said, just the bar that you're in. And so I think from a long-term thinking standpoint, we're thinking of that same movement of tacking in and out with our time scales. And also this idea, like you mentioned, that in music, it's a commonplace understanding of things that you would have to do this, that you could be in a certain position within the whole. But I think when it comes to our time scales of contemplation and thinking, certainly for planning businesses or, planning governmental actions, we don't often think about narratives in which we are a player in the middle. We're very often caught up in these narratives of people who've set themselves out to achieve something, have achieved it, and then set themselves out to achieve it a second time within one lifetime. We look to these people as heroes, but where are the heroic narratives about people who picked up a torch that's going to take, a few generations and just carried it through their generation? That is kind of a story or a narrative or a compositional element that's underemphasized, I think, in our culture, especially our modern culture, which is, always has this sense of acceleration to it.
Do you have any final thoughts for our listeners at COP26 and worldwide? You got it.
I am so appreciative for the invitation to come and share a little bit of the long view with you and your listeners. Thank you so much for your time and attention. And I would just encourage anyone who hasn't had the opportunity to pick their heads up off the immediate, even the immediate concerns of the conference itself, to take a moment, just maybe a moment, to consider their role and what they're doing right now in the context of the next and the last 10,000 years. I think that would be excellent.
Fantastic. Nicholas Paul Brezhevitz, thank you so much for coming and talking to us. It means a huge amount, and this is going to be just a terrific message for people to hear.
It's an honor, Warren. Thank you.
I am Rebecca Danyana. I'm from Nabrongo, Upper East of Ghana. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Warren Senders with M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice. In this segment, we'll be playing some music that's best suited for your own relaxation, contemplation, and meditation, beginning with something from the Antarvyom Foundation, introduced by Rajesh Punjabi of Music for Good, who's been featured elsewhere in this series, and offering a handpan solo by Antarguru Sai Keshav.
Om Atmane Namaha. Greetings from the land of Bharat, more popularly known as India. My name is Rajesh Punjabi, and on behalf of the Antarvyom Foundation here in India, we'd like to take this opportunity to thank Music for Climate Justice in putting together this fantastic event to build awareness for climate justice, and we're very pleased to be able to present our piece of music from the Antarvyom Foundation. So this is a piece performed by Antar Guru Sai Keshav, musician, mystic and healer from India. And here he is playing the handpan at the very scenic BR Hills in South India. We'll be back with a short message on climate change. Hope you enjoy this. Hello again, everyone. Antara Vyom, directly translated, means inner space. Antara is inner and Vyom means space. At Antar Vyom, we truly believe that the outer space is a direct reflection of the inner space and inner state. While we continue to undertake many activities, such as, for example, a recent activity of planting 1,000 trees at our grounds in Bangalore in South India over a day to enhance green cover of the planet, we also want to take this opportunity to encourage all of us to reflect on our inner space and to constantly work on our inner space to ensure that collectively the planet changes.
Antar Guru Sai Keshav playing a handpan solo while seated on a mountaintop in a beautiful forest outside of Bangalore, India. Now we'll move to something that's very personal to me. Many years ago, I had the opportunity to record thousands and thousands of Indian birds congregating in a forest at twilight on the grounds of the Film and Television Institute in Pune, India. The great flute player Steve Gorn and I later collaborated on an album called Wings and Shadows, which used those birds as the backdrop for our own explorations. This is a track from that album called Awakening. That was Awakening from the CD Wings and Shadows, which Steve Gorn and I put together in the late 1990s, based on the sounds of thousands of birds in a forest near Pune, India. This is Warren Senders for M4CJ. Thank you for listening.
Hi, I'm Vijaya Sundaram, and this is M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice. We're streaming from Glasgow during the COP26 Climate Conference, and we hope all the delegates and policymakers are working hard to develop a climate treaty that will help us survive and reduce the storms of the coming centuries. There are no songs on a dead planet. And speaking of songs, the next half hour we'll be giving you the chance to see and hear some very talented young songwriters from India, Italy, Costa Rica, and the United States. We'll start off this segment with Arifa Rebello, a singer-songwriter, guitarist, and drummer from Mumbai, with her song, Now She Knows.
Our society is threatened by climate change in so many ways, not just in regards to global warming slowly destroying the natural habitat of various species, but also dynamic changes in climate patterns that directly put lives at risk. Please help the struggle for climate justice around the world. Thank you.
This song is called Now She Knows. It's about me not knowing who I was and struggling to find a place where I felt safe to be who I was. You can find her at the store, at the discounted section. You can find her behind the door. She holds open in your direction, always second guessing herself, always pretending she couldn't care less. She was comfortable in the skin, tailored to your perfection. She let her grow on to crush her soul and to make her someone she didn't know, 'cause fear controls the steering wheel, makes her wanting to believe she was never meant to be. No, now she knows. Everything was fine, she was defiant all the time, but won't you try to see through her transparency? She's been misread her whole life. Her eyes speak with sincerity while her big lips hide the truth. She was just a prototype of the unknown, but now she knows. She let her grow on to crush her soul and to make her someone she didn't know, 'cause fear controls the steering wheel, makes her wanting to believe she was never meant to be. No, now she knows. Ooh, what you do not see beneath the pleasantries and niceties. Ooh, she's barely there, hanging by a thread, lost in diversity. Her fantasy, oh, she is free. Now she knows. makes her wanting to believe that she holds a third sea of herself at least, but now she knows who. Now she knows she'll take that leap.
That was Arifa Rebello from Mumbai with her song Now She Knows. Leslie Helpert is a composer, guitarist, and songwriter now living in Spain. Her most recent records are available from What About Music in Barcelona. She recorded this short video for the Climate Message Project in 2014.
The only thing I want simply is to climb our mountaintop, and when we meet our wild eyes like two tigers will primally start. Oh wow. Let's see. Out of all of the expressions in life, one I've been moved by has been Rilke's in Letters to a Young Poet, where he responds to one of the letters that he receives, and he says something around the idea of it's more important to have the question and to live your way into the answer. And Hafiz says something about the sun just shines on and never asks for anything in return. And with a love like that, you know, real generosity is expressed. And I just know that so much of my inspiration and musicality comes from direct contact with the potent rawness that this earth offers us. Oh, what's in this song if not to sing and solemnly name these things? I've no notion at all to prove you wrong, when wrong can't be annulled, when time is swallowed. Oh.
You've just heard Leslie Helpert, an American singer, songwriter, and composer currently based in Barcelona. This is Vijaya Sundaram for M4CJ, and right now we're sharing the creativity of some talented young songwriters. Next, we listen to a musician from Bangalore, India, who's coming to be known as one of the best singer-songwriters in the country. Mahesh Raghunandan's voice and guitar create a beautiful mood on his song, Your Mind.
Hi, I'm Mahesh. I'm a singer-songwriter from Bangalore, India, and this is one of my songs called Your Mind. Not Climate change is a global long-term issue that threatens our society and our way of living. Though it has negatively affected almost every community on this planet, the global climate crisis is yet to be addressed as strongly as it should by the international community. Help the struggle for climate justice and let's save this planet together.
That was Your Mind, composed and performed by Mahesh Raghunandan from Bangalore, India. By the way, Bangalore was once a city of trees, but thanks to overdevelopment and expansion, that's now just a wistful memory. Next is an incredibly dynamic artist from Venice, Italy, Carolina Curi. She plays piano and creates a unique blend of contemporary pop with experimental and improvisational flavors. And as her video Rio Para shows us, she is absolutely fearless.
Hi, I am Carolina Curi. I'm showing you the music video of an original song of mine. It's called Rio Para, which means Para River in Portuguese. And the video was taken 4 years ago by the Palar River in northern Italy. It was a beautiful and tough experience as we were camping there for some days. I was climbing on huge rocks, I was jumping from high cliffs, and I was shooting for hours in gelid water. And most of the time I was blindfolded, as you will see. At the beginning of the video, I close my eyes and I submerge into the water in a bathtub that I use as a portal to access the kingdom of Hiopara. Giving up vision is the condition to experience the unity with nature and to perceive the physicality through non-visual senses. Once the blindfold is removed, the dream ends. For urban citizens, nature is so distant that it has become almost a myth, a mystical idea, an idealization, a dream. It has become a dream.
Fechei os olhos e foi pro rio cheio de água pra mim. Tirei a roupa, senti que aquilo era tudo pra mim. O crocodilo, meu amigo, o crocodilo é para mim. O crocodilo, meu amigo é para mim. Acabando com o nenê, sabe de te querer. Olhei pra cima, os passarinhos cantavam pra mim. Molhei um pé, senti que o rio era tudo pra mim. O passarinho, meu amigo, todo peixe para mim. Crocodilo é meu amigo é para mim. Acabando com o nenê, sabe de te querer. Tem aqui no Rio Pará, tem aqui na África. Paraíso para mim é uma doce ilusão. O paraíso para mim é uma doce ilusão. O paraíso para mim é uma doce ilusão. Oh, 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 oh.
teus olhos e com certeza era tudo pra mim.
That was the amazing Carolina Curi from Italy singing her own original Rio Para. Now we're going to hear a short video of a versatile guitarist and songwriter from San Francisco, Justin Pertil. He's played guitar with jazz and Brazilian artists for decades while steadily writing his own heartfelt music. Here's a short piece he contributed to the Climate Message Project in 2014.
Outside today, if there's love, then let love be everywhere. 'Cause love's not to be hung or clung to. Hi, I'm Justin Bertil. I'm a musician, and I'm here to talk about climate change. I personally believe we were put here to be stewards for the earth and to protect it. And so let's all make sure that we can do our part in keeping the earth healthy and thus ourselves. Outside.
Justin Pertil from San Francisco, California, with an original song he recorded for us in 2014. Now we're going to hear Gina Miranda from Costa Rica. Her song Nace la Tierra is a setting of the poem by the Nicaraguan novelist Gioconda Belli, Nueva Teoria del Big Bang, and you'll agree with me that her singing is just gorgeous, technically perfect, and full of expression.
Hello, my name is Gina Miranda, and I'm from Costa Rica. The piece that you will hear is called Nace la Tierra, The Earth is Born. It's a piece about my love, respect, and deep connection to Mother Earth. It's also meant as a meditation for you to ponder what is your connection to the Earth Mother. The piece is also inspired by a poem written by Nicaraguan novelist Gioconda Belli. I hope you enjoy it.
Sucedades de magma
espacio. Es el frío, la grandeza del tiempo, la eternidad. El color, los sonidos, la estética, el amor, tu amor insondable. El amor, tus manos en mi frente, tu amor insondable, tus manos en mi frente. Tus manos en mi frente, tu amor tierno, tus manos en mi frente, tu amor tierno, tu amor tierno, tus manos en mi frente, tu amor tierno, tu amor tierno, tus manos en mi frente, tu amor tierno, tu amor tierno, tus manos en mi frente, tu amor tierno. Las campanas a lo lejos
Yo me siento realmente afortunada de ser costarricense, de ser de un país cuyo compromiso con el ambiente es un ejemplo a nivel mundial. Solo para nombrar unos ejemplos, Costa Rica genera más del 98% de su electricidad a raíz de fuentes de energía renovable. Después de décadas de deforestación, el país ha duplicado su cobertura forestal para ahora cubrir el 57% de su territorio con árboles. Y su Plan Nacional de Descarbonización da soluciones concretas para cumplir con la meta del Net Zero Carbon Emissions para el año 2050. Costa Rica concentra el 6% de la biodiversidad mundial y gracias a iniciativas estatales se ha incentivado a que la población se involucre directamente en el proceso de conservación. Este tipo de programas ayudan a mejorar el índice de desarrollo de comunidades que están realmente vulnerables ante el cambio climático, como lo son los medianos productores forestales, las mujeres y las comunidades indígenas. Sin un planeta sano, tampoco tendremos cultura ni música. Yo estoy comprometida con la justicia climática. ¿Y usted?
What a pleasure to see and hear Gina Miranda from Costa Rica and her song Nace la Tierra. This is Vijaya Sundaram with M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice, reminding you that we'll be streaming music videos and conversation throughout COP26 in Glasgow. So we've been listening to some wonderful young songwriters from different countries around the world. We heard Arifa Rebello from Mumbai, Leslie Helpert from Barcelona, Mahesh Raghunandan from Bangalore, Carolina Curi from Venice, Justin Pertle from San Francisco, and Gina Miranda from Costa Rica. All of them have contributed their work to help make the case that we need a really strong and meaningful climate agreement to come out of this November's conference if we are to save our musical heritage for generations to come. Thank you for listening.
Hi, I'm Warren Senders with M4CJ. In this segment, we'll see and hear some remarkable documents from Africa, beginning with the work of my dear friend Michelle Kislyak, an ethnomusicologist who lived in the Central African Republic with the forest people, the Biaka Pygmies, for 2 years in the 1980s and has continued to work with them ever since.
Biaka people know how to live in polyphony with nature. When they sing, I can hear them listening. I can hear you listening. This story is about to be told. Upon a future time, animals and plants and people might sound aloud their co-presence. Rippling from the drop of a voice, echoed from treetops, the sustaining chorus of a world allowed to sing back.
I am a somebody. 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 Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Those remarkable videos were shot by ethnomusicologist Michelle Kislyak during the years that she spent living and working with the Biaka, the forest people in the Central African Republic. Michelle's book, Seize the Dance, is a wonderful exploration of the ways in which the forest people weave their music and dance into the fabric of their daily lives. Now we'll hear from ethnomusicologist Erica Azim, who's presenting music of the Shona people of Zimbabwe. In this case, Sambaita Vitalis Botsa and Ambuya Christine Botsa performing Marenje.
Hello, I'm Erica with the nonprofit organization Mbira. This is a performance of Shona Mbira music by Samaita Vitalis Wilbert Botsa and his mother Ambuya Christine Botsa, which I recorded together with my student Zach Schumann in Zimbabwe. The Shona people and their land are under extreme threat from climate change already, with recurrent severe droughts and some years with floods that are much more extreme than ever experienced in the past. It's our responsibility to fight for climate justice so that we may preserve this world and its so beautiful music for future generations.
Yeah.
Sambaita Vitalis Botsa and Ambuya Christine Botsa performing Marenge. I'm Warren Senders, and this is M4CJ. Thank you for listening. Hi, I'm Warren Senders with M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice. The first artist in this segment is Dr. Chaitanya Kunte, based in Pune, Maharashtra State, India.
Hello, I am Chaitanya Kunte, a Hindustani art musician. What I rendered was a folk song from Maharashtra, and this song depicts the glory of nature in the season of monsoon and the joy of the farmers. With this song, I want to convey that not for only human culture, but for entire ecosystem, we need to save the earth. We should do everything that is needful to stop the global warming. In the next Bandish in Rag Maru Vihar, I have said that Mother Earth is equally beautiful in all seasons.
Chaitanya Kunte playing harmonium and singing. Next we're going to hear Joshua Plotner playing clarinet improvisations.
Music needs a stable civilization to flourish, and civilization needs a stable climate. Lose climate, and we lose it all.
That was Josh Plotner on the clarinet. Now we're going to hear Jonah Smith, a singer-songwriter based in Los Angeles, with The Fix Is In.
Don't try to exercise your rights, because the fix is in. There's nothing fair about this fight, because the fix is in. Don't try to demonstrate your mind, because the fix is in. Most of us get left behind, because the fix is in. Hello, my name is Jonah Smith. I'm a singer-songwriter residing in Los Angeles, California. I hate to overstate the obvious, but climate change is real, so don't be a skeptic. You're making me dyspeptic. Don't try to improve yourself, because the fix is in. You can't forget about your health, because the fix is in. Don't try to educate your kids, because the fix is in. You just leave your keys and hit the skids, because the fix is in.
That was Jonah Smith of Los Angeles, California, with his song The Fix Is In. Now we have an unusual instrumental trio from Nepal doing an original jazzy piece with Prince Nepali on sarangi, Sean Pingrope on the bass, and Mark Donald on the drums.
This is Prince and this is Mark right here. We're from Nepal, Kathmandu, and I'm here to talk about, we are aspiring musicians, and I'm here to talk about the climate change. And I feel that the earth has given us so much that we can gain from it, and it's high time that we should start taking care of it and protecting it for the betterment of the future.
Prince Nepali, Sean Pingrope, and Mark Donald. Next up, Ajita Ranjan, a singer-songwriter in Hindi based in Burlington, Massachusetts.
मन चाहे रास्ते पर हम तो अब है हुए रवाना मन चाहे रास्ते पर हम तो अब है हुए रवाना मंजिल की परवाह करे क्यों मंजिल की परवाह करे क्यों जब हो सफर सुहाना मन चाहे रास्ते पर हम तो अब है हुए रवाना. Hi, my name is Ajitab. I'm a singer, composer, lyricist, and an engineer too. The song you just heard, the mukra of the song that you heard is from my album, music album, My Name is Ajitab. But this video is regarding a short message about the degradation of Earth's environment. You see, when it comes to eradicating poverty, deadly diseases like polio, we are very well aware, and the awareness level is very high in the world, But when it comes to the issues of Earth's environment, we are far behind. But ozone layer depletion, greenhouse warming, polar cap melting, deforestation, etc., are really big issues. And if they are not addressed in right measure, they all could lead to almost complete destruction of lives as we know in hundreds of years from now. So I want to thank people like Warren, environmental activists like Warren, in bringing up these issues and spreading the awareness is very important. And I just want to get back to my song. जिस आसमां का पंछी है जो वो उड़ान तो उसी में भरेगा, जिस आसमां का पंछी है जो वो उड़ान तो उसी में भरेगा, दिल ने दिखाई राह जो तो मकाम भी वहीं पर मिलेगा, तो मकाम भी उसी पर मिलेगा, हमको अब ले चले जहां ये होगा वहीं ठिकाना, मन चाहे रास्ते पर हम तो अब है हुए रवाना, मन चाहे रास्ते पर हम तो. Thank you very much.
Ajitabh Ranjan, singing one of his own original songs, will now hear a little guitar improvisation from Jacinta Clucedas.
The time for action on climate change was 50 years ago, but we are here now and we need to stop delaying.
Jacinta Clucedas of Buenos Aires, Argentina. We're now going to shift to Los Angeles, and Ben Cohen, a singer-songwriter, plays and sings something for us with a toy piano.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling good. Hi, my name is Ben Cohen. I'm a singer-songwriter and producer from Los Angeles, California. Climate change is a real problem that threatens not only our way of life, but our continued existence as a species. We need to do something about it right away. Dragonfly out in the sun, you know what I mean. Butterflies all having fun, you know what I mean. Sleep in peace when day is done. that's what I mean. And this old world is a new world and a bold world for me. And I'm feeling good.
Ben Cohen on the toy piano, finishing up this grab bag of interesting music from M4CJ. I'm Warren Senders. Thank you for listening. Hi, I'm Warren Senders, and this is M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice. In this segment, we'll revisit some classics and hear from a poet. Starting out with Yundu Wang, giving us a rendition of Mendelssohn's Venetian Gondola Song.
Hi, my name is Yundu Wang, and I'm going to be playing the Venetian Gondola Song, Opus 30, number 6, by Felix Mendelssohn. Thank you for listening, and please contribute to the struggle for worldwide climate justice.
That was Yundu Wang of Massachusetts in the U.S., also of Massachusetts. The poet Vijaya Sundaram reads us two of her pieces.
This is a poem I wrote in August of 2019. It's called Seed Dream. The seed lies dreaming inside fat fruit that's ripe with lust and duty. Dreaming of trees, the seed sleeps and tastes air and water and sun and soil. Dreaming of propagation and companionship, the seed sleeps. Let it sleep. Let it dream. There's time enough for awakening, before the flood, before the coming of famine and the death of bees and birds, before we, accidental interlopers on this planet, snatch away goodness and life and leave behind the blasted heath of an overworked earth. The seed sleeps. Let it sleep. Let it dream. Dreaming before birth is a pleasure we cannot remember, but sometimes in that sudden sweet yearning for a lost life that we glimpse before we awaken, there is a memory of a dream such as babes might have dreamed in the womb. The seed sleeps. Let it sleep. Let it dream. Let it dream of life and fruit, of flowers and birds, of trees and sky, of wind and rain and soil, of a taste of beauty beyond words or imagining. Let it dream. Let me dream. Let me dream a dream where I shed this body and shed this broken planet. Let me dream of another garden. I'm tired of waking. The seed sleeps. Let it sleep. Let it dream. Let us dream. This is a poem I wrote in 2019. It's called Climate Change Metaphysics. When every moment freezes lightly over melting glaciers of time, with hollowed spaces under and beneath, will you know when to leap into the air? When an entire continent breaks off, a holocaust of ice, an ice melt of regret? Will you bemoan its breaking and weep over rushing ice streams bursting forth and smashing into a freezing sea? Will you cry out, if only I'd known, I'd have made a life, I'd have done something? And when you leap off at that moment, arms spread out, will you then be airborne? Will you come down as rain? And when you do, will you weep salt tears? Will you slide into an ocean of nothing, never to know you, never to be you again?
Vijaya Sundaram, reading Seed Dream and Climate Change Metaphysics. She's a great poet, I know. I'm married to her. Next up, we're going to hear from Max Fletcher playing the lute, La Mia Barbara of John Dowland.
Hi, my name is Max. I live in New York City, and this is a piece by John Dowland called La Mia Barbara. I support the fight for climate justice around the world, and I hope you do too. Thank you.
Max Fletcher of Brooklyn, New York, playing La Mia Barbara on the lute. This is Warren Senders for M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice. Thank you for listening.
Hi, I'm Vijaya Sundaram, and this is M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice. In this segment, we'll see and hear some original songs and instrumental music, starting with Isaac Taylor of Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts. Here is his song, We're Not Leaving.
From Martha's Vineyard Island off the coast of Massachusetts, my name is Isaac Taylor, and I'm happy to be a part of this presentation, and I hope you like the song. And I'd just like to take the opportunity to let you know that we in our little community here are planning for the future and looking toward a future that is resilient and flexible, and where through local capabilities and community we can have what it takes to stick together and adapt to a changing world. How much will the waters rise? We don't know. But if we have to rebuild our ports once or twice, that's doable. But if the whole coastline is submerged, how many times will we be able to rebuild? We just don't know. So let's do everything that we can to keep the tides at bay.
We have come many miles to sing this song, and I hope that you'll sing along. We are the voice of the common man, marching for justice and an even hand. All around the world there is a tide on the rise. Love is at the heart. We can't let fear break us apart. Breathe in deep, child. We may have to hold our breath. Breathe in deep, child. We may have to shout. We're not leaving till you say their names. We're not leaving till you say that no one is to blame. What will you say when your granddaughter asks where you were? On the day when the women drew us out of the shade. We have come many miles to sing this song. And we hope that you'll sing along. We're not leaving till you say their names. We're not leaving till you say that no one is to blame. What will you say when your granddaughter asks where you were on the day when the women drew us out of the shade?
We're Not Leaving by Isaac Taylor of Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts. Next, we'll move southward and hear a little bit of fine acoustic guitar from John Allison of Mississippi.
Hello, folks, from the heart of the Mississippi Delta. Nice to speak to you all in our present situation, living on this beautiful planet. We need to turn some things around. That means everybody working together, not just the folks and the scientists, but yes, the politicians and those who profited so dearly with fossil fuels can profit elsewhere. We know what we need to do. We stick together. We can get it done as we always have. Just a little something, old-timey thing that I put my own spin on. I hope you like it. Let's work together. Peace go with you.
The guitar artistry of John Allison from Tupelo, Mississippi. Next up is a duo from Los Angeles, the Flower Pistols, who offer their original song, The Beauty and the Wonder.
Hi, this is the Flower Pistols. We live in Los Angeles, California, and this is a song called The Beauty and the Wonder.
Our society is threatened by climate change in many ways. Here in California, we're experiencing a prolonged drought, which results in wildfires on an unprecedented scale, as well as water shortages that threaten the human population. Please help the struggle for climate justice around the world. Thank you.
Standing at the bottom where the country is flat. If you bother looking, then you see that you're at a crossroad. Don't get it twisted when you try to look back. Don't get distracted when you try to see what the future holds. It's a broken dream, it's the words of a dying hope. It's the one true thing, and there's nothing to fear no more. Moment after moment, after beat, everyone I think about is yelling at me. I don't belong. Trying to pay attention with no success. Listen to the feeling down below in your chest. It can't be wrong. What is good, what is real, what is making you feel so free? What is lost if you just let go, if you just let be. What is love? What is true? What is calling to you and me? What is lost if you just let go? If you just let be. Away on high, the shifting sky, the dying light that hides the beauty and the wonder, the hue and cry, the butterfly. Look in my eyes and see the beauty and the wonder. And the wonder. Looking for excuses, but there's nothing to hand. I can keep staring, but I don't understand. It's all a dream. Wheels keep spinning, but they're stuck in a rut. Nothing seems as though it's any different from what it's always been. What is good, what is right, what is sweet as the night is long. What is broken inside, what is making me feel all wrong. What is love, what is true, is there beauty in you and what is lost if you just let go, if you just let be? Away on high, the shifting sky, dying light that hides the beauty and the wonder, the hue and cry, the butterfly. Look in my eyes and see the beauty and the wonder, the thrill of light, the shadow bright, truth united that the senses seem to sunder. The long night, the black sky. Look in my eyes and see the beauty and the wonder, beauty and the wonder of.
That was The Beauty and the Wonder by the Flower Pistols, Emma Gaze and Micah Huang of Los Angeles, USA. Finishing off this segment, we'll hear from Roger Aldridge, a composer in Olney, Maryland, on the Chesapeake Bay. His piece, Sunset on the Chesapeake, is a tribute to the place he loves. Roger Aldridge, Sunset on the Chesapeake. I'm Vijaya Sundaram, and this is M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice. Thank you for listening.
Hi, I'm Warren Senders, and this is M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice. In this short segment, we'll hear women's voices and pianos, alternating back and forth between the two, beginning with Sarita D.K. Deshpande, originally from Pune, India, now living in Boston.
Hello friends, my name is Sarita Deshpande. I'm a musician and I like to share my music knowledge with kids and many of my friends also. So as a musician, as a human being and as a citizen of planet Earth, I think we all need to be committed to fight against this climate change on our planet so that our music, our tradition and our songs can go on to the future generations. Thank you.
Sarita Deshpande, who lives outside of Boston. Now, Jaehoon Hong, originally from Korea, a pianist and improvising composer.
I'm a student composer from Seoul, South Korea. 저는 봄날의 벚꽃을 좋아합니다. 가을날의 높은 하늘도 좋고 겨울에 시린 바람도 좋아해요. 이 아름다운 것들을 단지 우리의 무지함 때문에 영원히 잃고 싶진 않습니다. I don't want to lose those precious things because of our ignorance about the serious climate changes which are happening right now. 지금이 바로 무언가를 해야 될 때입니다. for those beautiful things.
Jae-hyun Hong, originally of Korea, playing a piano improvisation. We'll now hear Melanie Ida Chopko of Oakland, California, with an original song.
They bake the cake and make candles, singing songs long after the power's gone, long after subways were sleeping with ocean and the storms came in. My name is Melanie Ida Chopko, and I live in Oakland, California. I believe that climate change is the biggest threat that has ever come to our human species. And it is our privilege and opportunity to evolve and respond. Then who would know that we would need a storm like this to bring us closer? And who would know that we would need a dark like this to bring us all back home?
An original song by Melanie Ida Chopko of Oakland, California. We'll now hear Doris Stevenson of Williamstown, Massachusetts, playing Frederick Rzewski's Winsboro Cotton Mill Blues.
I'm Doris Stevenson. I live in New York City. Climate change is real. We should take it seriously, even though I'm pretty much of a hypocrite about it since I don't own the most efficient car and I didn't get solar power last year when I should have. But climate change is real.
That was Western classical pianist Doris Stevenson playing Frederick Rzewski's Winnsboro Cotton Mill Blues. Now we'll hear Hindustani song from Geeta Raghu, originally from Mumbai, now living in Detroit, Michigan, in the USA. Geeta Raghu, now of Detroit, Michigan, singing an Indian classical song. We'll end this set with Han Cheng Li of China playing on the piano.
全球变暖现在所带来的气候灾难，已不只是科幻大片中遥远的想象，其实平静的生活中已处处显示它的身影。如果我们每一个人再不警醒，或许不久的将来，后天将成为未来真实的场景。全球冰川正以前所未有的速度萎缩，海平面上升，台风、飓风频繁登陆，动植物死亡率的增加。这样一系列的事件正提醒着我们，气候变化正日渐影响且改变着人们的生活。全球升温已不单是国家和政府的事情，而是全民的事情。作为普通人，我们完全可以从身边的小事做起，如节约用电，通过选择使用公共交通工具来代替私家车出行，自觉地选择健康环保的生活方式，来拯救我们的地球母亲。
Han Cheng Li from China playing the piano. I'm Warren Senders, and this is M4CJ. Thank you for listening. Hi, I'm Warren Senders, and this is M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice. In this short segment, we'll meet Dr. Elja Roy. She's a filmmaker and an environmental communication researcher, an assistant professor at the University of Memphis. Dr. Roy grew up close to the forest in the Sundarbans in Bangladesh. She learned about the ecology of the forest, and during her master's work, she started working on projects related to the Sundarbans and learned about climate change issues that threaten the forest. As part of her doctoral dissertation, she made Musical Mangrove, a documentary film that talks about the Sundarban forest and how the natives are using music and performing arts to communicate about the threats that face them from environmental and climate causes. Dr. Elja Roy.
Hello, my name is Elja Roy. I'm the director and producer of the music video Dwellers of the Forest Arise. The song that is being sung here is in Bengali, which is the native language of Bangladesh. The song was recorded in Bangladesh, and it is about the forests of Sundarban, which is the largest mangrove forests shared between India and Bangladesh. So this particular song is raising awareness of what is happening in the forest because of climate change, because of rising sea level, soil erosion, and increasing number of extreme weather events such as cyclones that are arising from the Bay of Bengal, which is right south to this forest, this mangrove forest. And it is also about a coal burning power plant that has been proposed in the fringe of Sundarbans. It is a joint venture between Indian government and Bangladesh government. So this particular song is also critiquing India's government policies, as in India's foreign policies towards Bangladesh and the establishment of this coal burning power plant. So please join hands and support us in the struggle for climate justice. Thank you very much.
আমরা গানের ভূমিকাতে সবসময় বলতে চাই যে পৃথিবীর সমস্ত জনগণ লড়াকু জনগণ আমাদের সহযোদ্ধা। সুতরাং এই গানে আমরা ভারতের জনগণকে আমরা আমাদের বন্ধু হিসেবেই পেতে চাই। মূলত আমরা এই শব্দে প্রতিবাদ জানাচ্ছি ভারতের যে বাণিজ্য নীতি, পররাষ্ট্রনীতি কিংবা তার রাষ্ট্রীয় যে নীতি, মূলত গো ব্যাক গেট আউট ইন্ডিয়া শব্দে আমরা তার সেই রাষ্ট্রীয় নীতিটাকে আমরা বিরোধিতা করছি। নিশ্চয়ই ভারতের জনগণ আমাদেরও বন্ধু।
the song was recorded in Indian part of Sundarbans, which is in the state of West Bengal, and the language that the singers are singing in is Bengali. So this song itself is a call for action. It is asking its listeners to come together and join hands in planting trees. The song is talking about how deforestation and climate change itself, as in rising sea level, salt water encroachment, and soil erosion, are threatening the lives of the people who are living in these forests, and of course that includes the musicians. So please join our hands and please support struggle for climate justice and enjoy the video. Thank you very much.
ও ভাই মা বোন সবাই এসো এসো গাছ লাগাই সবাই এসো গাছ লাগাই সকলে এসো গাছ লাগাই সকলে এসো গাছ লাগাই সকলে এসো গাছ লাগাই সকলে এসো সবাই প্রাণের ভাই এসো সবাই প্রাণের ভাই এ কাজ করি সবাই মিলে গাছ লাগাই সকলে এসো গাছ লাগাই সকলে এসো গাছ লাগাই সকলে এসো গাছ লাগাই সকলে গাছ করে অক্সিজেন দান তাই তো বাঁচে মানুষের প্রাণ ঠিক থাকে ভারসাম্যের মান পৃথিবী মণ্ডলে গাছ করে অক্সিজেন দান তাই তো বাঁচে মানুষের প্রাণ ঠিক থাকে ভারসাম্যের মান পৃথিবী মণ্ডলে এসো গাছের যত্ন করি আমরা সকলে করে বৃক্ষরোপণ কর্মসূচি করব মোরা সবাই মিলে গাছ লাগাই সকলে এসো গাছ লাগাই সকলে এসো গাছ লাগাই সকলে একটি গাছ নয় একটি প্রাণ একটি গাছ হয় বহু প্রাণ বিজ্ঞানে তার আছে প্রমাণ দেখো কিতাব খুলে একটি গাছ নয় একটি প্রাণ একটি গাছ হয় বহু প্রাণ বিজ্ঞানে তার আছে প্রমাণ দেখো কিতাব খুলে সবাই গাছ লাগাবো ধন্য হব সবাই গাছ লাগাবো গাছ বাঁচাবো সকল বিভেদ ভুলে যাব গাছ লাগাবো গাছ বাঁচাবো সকল বিভেদ ভুলে যাব গাছ লাগিয়ে ধন্য হব গাছ লাগিয়ে ধন্য হব জন্ম নিয়ে মানব কুলে গাছ লাগাই সকলে এসো গাছ লাগাই সকলে এসো গাছ লাগাই সকলে অকারণে গাছ কাটিলে ভূমি ক্ষয় হয় বৃষ্টির জলে বৃক্ষরাজি না থাকিলে ভূমি মাটি ধুয়ে যায় নদীর জলে অকারণে গাছ কাটিলে ভূমি ক্ষয় হয় বৃষ্টির জলে বৃক্ষরাজি না থাকিলে মাটি ধুয়ে যায় নদীর জলে মাটির স্বাস্থ্য রক্ষা করে গাছেরা সকলে তাই সবাই মিলে গাছ লাগাবো তাই সবাই মিলে গাছ লাগাবো একটু প্রতিটি জমিন পেলে গাছ লাগাই সকলে এসো গাছ লাগাই সকলে
এসো সবাই প্রাণেরও ভাই এ কাজ করি সবাই মিলে গাছ লাগাই সকলে এসো গাছ লাগাই আবার প্রয়োজনে কাটিবে গাছ যারা লাগাও 10 না হয় 5 সুস্থ রবে প্রাণী সমাজ পৃথিবী মণ্ডলে প্রয়োজনে কাটিবে গাছ যারা লাগাও 10 না হয় 5 সুস্থ রবে প্রাণী সমাজ পৃথিবী মণ্ডলে ওরে কাটতে গেলে লাগাতে হবে সরকারি আইনে বলে কাটতে গেলে লাগাতে হবে সরকারি আইনে বলে তাই সবাই মিলে গাছ লাগাবো সবাই মিলে গাছ লাগাবো জাত পাত দ্বিধা দ্বন্দ্ব ভুলে গাছ লাগাই সকলে এসো গাছ লাগাই সকলে এসো গাছ লাগাই সকলে ওরে মানুষ ব্যাধিগ্রস্ত হলে পাতা ফুল ফল শিকড় ছালে জীবন দায়ী ঔষধ মেলে আয়ুর্বেদ ডাক্তারে বলে মানুষ মানুষ ব্যাধিগ্রস্ত হলে পাতা ফুল ফল শিকড় ছালে জীবন দায়ী ঔষধ মেলে আয়ুর্বেদ ডাক্তারে বলে আবার খরা উষ্ণতা ঝঞ্ঝা বন্যা রূপকে বৃক্ষের নাই তুলনা খরা উষ্ণতা ঝঞ্ঝা বন্যা রূপকে বৃক্ষের নাই তুলনা ওগো সন্তোষের তাই এই মিনতি অধীন সন্তোষের তাই এই মিনতি গাছ লাগাও ভাই সবাই মিলে গাছ লাগাই সকলে এসো গাছ লাগাই সকলে এসো সবাই প্রাণেরও ভাই এসো সবাই প্রাণেরও ভাই এ কাজ করি সবাই মিলে গাছ লাগাই সকলে এসো গাছ লাগাই সকলে এসো গাছ লাগাই সকলে এসো গাছ লাগাই সকলে
Dr. Elja Roy with 2 films documenting music from people in the Sundarbans in Bangladesh, the world's largest mangrove forest. Thank you, Dr. Roy. This is Warren Senders for M4CJ. Thank you for listening. Hi, I'm Warren Senders, and this is M4CJ on our last day of streaming from COP26 in Glasgow. In this short segment, we'll start off with Yasmin Aziz, a young violinist from Tunisia, Morocco, with an original song.
Swipe the board clean, will the receipts crumpled in a pocket, black and green, where vintage shoes with a new hearse. The lights burn brighter, the lights burn brighter like neon balloons. The lights burn brighter like neon balloons, like neon balloons, balloons. The lights burn brighter like neon balloons. Now that I changed, the fear gone lost, the dust is colored, the night like dawn, my memory's clean. Take your rest. The lights burn brighter, the lights burn brighter. Now that I've lost the ashes that you left when I was young, now that your empty space is full and bright, the lights burn brighter like neon balloons.
Yasmin Aziz from Tunisia, Morocco, playing violin and singing an original song of her own. Next up, Hamid Drake, the great American jazz drummer, here playing a frame drum and singing. That was the great American jazz master Hamid Drake playing frame drum and singing. He's from Evanston, Illinois. Next up, the Tetseo sisters from Nagaland in the northeast part of India. We ran this segment on the first day of show, and it seemed appropriate to bring it back now. It's so terrific.
Hey, I'm Mercy Tetseo from Tetseo Sisters, and I live in Kohima, Nagaland in India. This is a piece called Eja Lile, and it's a song in Chokri about how many different voices can come together in a harmony and make a beautiful song. O nagamiko, uramiko, zittu uzo creative hebate. Tama, makrumo kadano, jizum shikadano, ko subo, lumbe, zishi sikayera, and hachin hara, pripe modarinano. Tuk mujeri will hebako to was there. Srina mut color her no hot chiches cru. Jezhi crane, hamushu, kalhermushu, na hochimos deho, negomaza.
Demi hana demi hana Kaprapi ha hey Kaprapi ha Jalila Jalila ha hi ha jali hele ja Kaprapi ha hey Kepratori han Kepratori Nere krahale Nere krahale Jalila Jalila ha hi ha jali hele ja Nere krahale Timasri hai Timasri Hamalahi Lord Hamalahi Lord Jalila Jalila ha hi ha jali hele ja Hamalahi Lord Sayokama hoy Sayokama Que credo tele Que credo tele Jalila Jalila ha hi ha jali hele ja Que credo tele
From Nagaland in northeast India, the Tetseo sisters. I'm Warren Senders, and this is M4CJ. Thank you for listening. Hi, I'm Warren Senders, and this is M4CJ Music for Climate Justice. We're coming down to the end of our 8-day segment. We wanted to catch up on a few things. First off, at the end of our second day, November 6th, we ran a segment in tribute to the great American environmentalist, folk musician, and activist Pete Seeger. Unfortunately, because of licensing restrictions on the material from the Storm King compilation, we've had to pull that segment and only let it run for the first 24 hours. But folk singer Bob Horan from New York City had submitted his own reminiscences and a wonderful song about Pete, so we thought we'd give that a chance to be heard again. And we'll follow that up with the material that Pete himself recorded courtesy of WAMC Radio in Albany, New York. Alan Chartok very generously gave us permission to use this recording of Pete singing with a group of grade school kids, one of his classic songs. We'll lead off this short segment in tribute to Pete Seeger with Bob Horan from New York City.
Hello, friends of the earth and friends of Pete Seeger. My name is Bob Horan. I'm a folk singer from New York City. I think of Pete much like St. Patrick of Ireland. St. Patrick is credited with chasing the snakes out of Ireland and Pete for chasing the garbage out of the Hudson River. I can't verify the former, but we certainly can the latter. Pete created a mindset to clean up the Hudson River through the influence of the good ship Clearwater. I love Arlo Guthrie's story where he says, "Pete, you're crazy. You're going to put a boat in the river and that's going to clean up the river?" But sure enough, people came down to the river and they said, "Boy, that's a beautiful boat, but wait a minute. There's shit in the river. We got to clean up the river." And a line from a song that I wrote says, "Good music and hard work make rivers run free." And my own story is when I was a kid, my dad would take us down to the water and I'd say, "Dad, look at the river, but what's that stuff floating in the river?" And he said, "Son, some people don't know better than to not throw their garbage in the river." And of course, that changes the next generation with my kids. I took them down to the river and said, "Dad, look, there's fish, there's ducks, there's people, doing water sports." And all I said was, "Thank you, Pete." I remember when Woody Guthrie died back in October of '67, the New York Mirror printed an epitaph by Pete Seeger. It was titled, "So long, Woody, it's been good to know you." In it, Pete referred to Woody as having no peer. He did, of course. Pete Seeger was his peer. And like it was said of Lincoln upon his death, now he belongs to the ages. It can also be said of Pete that he lived his life with malice towards none. Even many of Pete's enemies came to realize that all he was about was love. As for politics, his was the politics of rolling up your sleeves, getting your hands dirty by doing things to clean up the world. He'd begin by holding a potluck dinner. And then he'd say, "While you're all here, I'd like you to help me do something." And that's how he built the Sloop Club in Beacon, New York. I remember him telling a student body at Marymount College that we could feed the whole world if we gave up a little luxury. My favorite story about Pete, and like many mystics, Pete lived in the moment. When I was a newcomer to the Sloop Club, on Friday nights they would come together and they'd have a potluck supper. And after the supper, they'd move all the chairs back into a semicircle so they could have an area for the stage. I was watching all this activity. I said, "Wow." And suddenly I was eyeball to eyeball with himself. And all he said was, "We've got to move the chairs back." I said, "Oh, okay." And I started moving and I leaned my guitar case against a column and it started to slide down. And I went after, he said, "Whoa." I said, "That's okay, Pete. It's all right." He said, "No, that's your guitar." And as soon as the words came out of his mouth, he turned on a dime and went back to the business at hand. But for that moment, all that mattered to him was me and my guitar. And I think that's as much the magic of Pete Seeger as his music and his courage. That when he spoke to you, he spoke to you. You had his attention and you mattered. It was my honor and privilege to do 2 shows with the man. I got to say goodbye to him one more time. on his 91st birthday party at the Sloop Club in Beacon. I'm glad to say I knew him. Indeed, anyone who'd spent a moment or two with him could say they knew him, because that's the way he was with everyone. He's been rightly described as the most accessible, famous person in the world. And in the face of threats to his livelihood, his freedom, and his life, he remained accessible and fearless. On behalf of the people of the earth, so long, Pete. It's been good to know you. The river he loved runs by my door. I see things through his eyes like never before. I see things through my eyes that weren't there before, like game fish, kayaks, sailboats, and more. The river he loved, it runs by my park, but our ash in our waste made it murky and dark. He said, I know we can make all that come undone. We'll build us a sloop ship, and the people will come. We'll write songs about her and roll up our sleeves. Good music, hard work, make rivers run free. The river he loved is a life metaphor. I'll take it for granted, no, never, no more. You see, Pete was a sailor, a weaver and a frailer, a log cabin houser, and a Toshi spouser. He said how it should be, just like the bells of Rimini. He sang for small children and all those in trouble. And when trouble called, he came on the double. He built the clear water, down a river he sent her, and hate was surrounded and forced to surrender. He said, keep asking questions, and answers we'll find. Bind up this world with hand, heart, and mind. The river he loved is a life metaphor. We'll take her for granted, no, never, no more.
That was Bob Horan from New York City, giving us his own personal tribute to Pete Seeger. Now we'll hear Pete himself singing his classic song, Rainbow Race, with a group of sixth graders. This material was given to us by WAMC Radio, and we're very grateful to them for allowing us to continue to use this material.
Welcome back to the Roundtable's live broadcast from Dia Beacon, where we are celebrating Pete Seeger this morning. Of course, we wanted to have Pete share his music with us, and when we approached him about it, he said, why don't we bring in some young people?
So that is exactly what we did. To sing along with Pete, we welcome a group of sixth grade students from the Rondout Valley Middle School.
They all participate in the sixth grade chorus, and many of them are in the fifth and sixth grade band.
So we welcome Aiden, Alex, Brooke, Molly, Courtney, and Jordan. Did I forget anybody? I didn't. Excellent. They're going to be joining Pete in a sing-along of very familiar songs to us all, so feel free to turn up the radio and sing along at home. Pete, take it away.
Well, these may not be so familiar to you. However, the kids have been singing them, and so here we go. Let's see how we are. One blue sky above us, one ocean wrapping all our shore, one earth so green and round, who could ask for more? And because I love you, I'll give it one more try to show my rainbow race. It's too soon to die. Some folks want to be like an ostrich, bury their heads in the sand. Some hope that plastic dreams can unclench all those greedy hands. Some hope to take the easy way. Poisons, bombs, they think we need 'em. Don't you know you can't kill all the unbelievers? There's no shortcut to freedom. One blue sky above us, one ocean lapping on our shore, one earth so green and round, who could ask for more? And because I love you, I'll give it one more try to show my rainbow race. It's too soon to die. Go tell all the little children. Tell all the mothers and fathers too. Now's our last chance to learn to share what's been given to me and you. One blue sky above us, one ocean lapping on our shore, one earth so green and round. Who could ask for more? And because I love you, I'll give it one more try to show my rainbow race. It's too soon to die. Sing it with us all about there. One blue sky above, one ocean lapping on our shore, one earth so green and round, one earth so green and round. Who could ask? Who could ask for more? Hey, thank you.
That was Pete Seeger doing what he does best, getting a group of people to sing along, in this case on his classic song, Rainbow Race. I'm Warren Senders, and this is M4CJ. Thank you for listening.
Hello, I'm Vijaya Sundaram with M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice. Warren Senders is the program director for the streaming music event which we've been putting on for the past 8 days. That means he's watched every single video, contacted every single artist, and organized every single segment. It's quite a labor of love. Before we finish off the show, we thought we should catch up with Warren and ask him about the process. Warren, thank you for all the work and for all this wonderful music you've put together. It must be a change to be the one being interviewed. Tell us about how this project began and what kinds of work you had to do to make it happen.
Well, the project really began in multiple ways. My own personal engagement with environmental activism really came to fruition and began becoming a central focus in my life in 2009, just a few years after our daughter was born. Vijaya and I are married, just so we're clear on this.
Disclaimer.
And our family madrigal segment was shown earlier in today's streaming broadcast. So when our daughter was just 4, I began paying much closer attention to news about climate and realizing what sort of a world she would have to grow up in. And so
I remember.
That decided me that I was going to change my orientation from just being a musician and a music teacher to being an environmental activist who made his money and steered the ship of his life as a musician and a music teacher. It's a difference in category. And I began working then in a whole series of initiatives. So set that aside for 1 minute, and then the next place where this M4CJ project can be said to begin was earlier this spring when Mark Sloss of Heal Our World and Music for Climate Justice called me out of nowhere on the recommendation of a mutual friend, Derek Beckvold, and we spent a very engaging hour talking about this project. And it became clear that what he and Michelle Bongiovanni and the others at Music for Climate Justice had in mind was something that really aligned with my own vision of what music and musicians could do in the service of the climate. And so there I was able to offer some of my own expertise, and I promptly got involved, as I usually do, with both feet first. I jumped in with vigor. So we can go back a little bit here. When I began moving into environmental activism as a focus in my life, one of the things that I was able to do was to start running benefit concerts. I began producing concerts here in the Boston area that would rope together a maximum of 6, but typically 3 separate artists performing different genres of music from all over the world, with proceeds going to the local statewide chapter of 350.org, so 350 Massachusetts. And we've put on, since 2009, we've put on 21 of those concerts.
I remember. That was
We've
fantastic.
We've raised thousands of dollars for 350 Mass, and I hope done a little tiny bit of motion towards a just and sustainable future. But it was something that was clear to me early on, that just putting on a concert twice a year wasn't going to satisfy the particular itch that I had that needed to be scratched.
Mm-hmm.
As a musician, I developed a skill a long time ago in doing something every day, whether I felt like doing it or not. That's how practice works. You do it whether you feel like it or not, so that at the end of a year, you've practiced every day for the year. So in 2010, on New Year's Day on 2010, I began writing letters. And I wrote a letter to the editor of some newspaper or magazine or journal every day for the next 4 years on issues of climate change. So that was an initiative. I didn't always feel like doing it, but I always did it. And I followed that. At the end of 4 years, I hung up my letter writing pen, and I shifted to collecting little videos. I had this idea somehow that if people in my line of work, musicians, could be asked to contribute a few moments of beauty from wherever they were in the world, plus a few words about climate change, that would somehow be a good thing. Mm-hmm. And I collected almost 300 separate videos of musicians from all over in many, many different genres and different styles of music, speaking out in different languages about climate change and the threat it posed to them, and offering some of their music. And I was very fortunate. Yeah.
I think this was some kind of precursor to what you've done for M4CJ, because it seemed like it was a perfect transition from there to here.
That's right.
Prepared you.
When Mark and Michelle contacted me and they said, we're going to put on a video concert where all these musicians from all these different places are going to be performing and they're going to add some spoken words, I said, well, actually, I actually have something like that. And so that allowed us to start the process of assembling the performers for this show from a position where we already had 250 short performances in the can, ready to go, that just needed a little bit of editing, a little bit of trimming around the edges in order to fit. They'd been sitting on a YouTube channel for years, not doing much of anything. And so it was around June that I began making phone calls to musicians for this new initiative. And in fact, the very first person that I spoke to is an old colleague and friend, Frank London, the great klezmer trumpeter, whom I knew when we were both young'uns coming up in Boston. And I spoke to him and asked him if he would contribute something. And he said, as a matter of fact, I have something. And he sent this extraordinary video which led off the entire 8-day series, Die Zukunft. It's his instrumental adaptation of this beautiful Yiddish poem about the future.
It's beautiful.
And I was so moved by that. I really felt it as a good omen, and it motivated me to go on forward. And you'll recall, and anyone who was around me at the time knows, that what I spent the next 4 months doing was emailing and calling and dropping notes into people's contact sections on websites and following up on references, and in some cases following up leads from one person which led to another person which led to another person which led to another person. So I've sent out literally thousands of emails, and to be sure there have been plenty of people who never responded, but the quality of the response that I did get was very, very heartening. And all over the world, the musicians that I reached out to wanted to be a part of this. They said, we've been waiting for something like this. We need to do something. We need to make this a reality. And then what do you do after they say yes? Well, they have to actually be persuaded to take a performance or to make one new, and they have to be persuaded to say something. And they have to be, once they've recorded something and they've recorded a vocal statement, they have to be persuaded to actually send it.
Well, the lives are busy and everybody has a day job, and people are scrambling during this pandemic too. So it's quite a lot. That it's great that they did that they gave it to you.
That's right. So I spent hours every day chasing down musicians. Just as an example, I spoke with a colleague in Portland, Oregon, Michael Sterling. And Michael is a practitioner of Hindustani vocal music, and we've known one another for years through those circles. He was in very poor health and he wasn't able to participate, but he gave me the contact information for the great American composer Terry Riley. And so Terry was very glad to participate, and Michael also gave me the information for George Brooks, the American saxophonist who works in the Bay Area with his Elements trio. And I spoke with George, told him about the project, and then he responded not only with a beautiful video from his group, but also by putting me in touch with Rudy Walang and the Soulmate group in Shillong, in Meghalaya, in India. And so then I spoke with Rudy, or emailed him, and he agreed to contribute something. And then meanwhile, he sent off an email to Teja Maru, who is the Minister of Culture for Nagaland.
Wow.
Who then responded by saying, I understand you're doing something, please tell us about it. And I sent him the information. And so there we got the wonderful music from Run Monday Run and the Tatseo sisters. And this sort of thing could go on indefinitely. I reached out to Fridays for Future members, the youth climate movement all over the world, and I got a wonderful response from a ninth grader in Nepal who was working for the Fridays for Future in Nepal. And they put me in touch with the Nepali folk group Kutumba, who then responded by saying, yes, absolutely, we want to be a part of this. And so all of this has turned into a really, I think, very extraordinary show of people who are willing to participate. And I think one of the things that we see from this work, as I've been experiencing, as you said, I've watched every single video, and the cumulative impact of seeing all of them next to one another is emotionally extremely powerful.
Yes, it was for me as well. I mean, I saw it while you would, I didn't see all of them, but I saw as you were putting them together, and it was deeply moving. And the segment on whales or on ice and fire and various people from different countries, it was just brilliant.
All of these things come together, and this, to the extent that we are able to do anything, we as musicians, we have a part to play.
Yes.
And it has to do, one, in making the cause become real to people, of giving people something that they can connect to in their own cultural lives that helps them feel the experience, to make climate change a reality in their lives. It also means that we're sharing with people the idea that human culture is under threat.
Yes.
Climate change puts our human culture in danger because all human culture is built on the fact that we have 6 inches of topsoil and it rains.
Yep.
And if we lose the topsoil and we lose the rain, then we no longer have time to sing and dance with one another.
My goodness.
We don't have time to tell stories or to practice or to write poems or do any of those things because we're too busy, I don't know, catching rats for supper or whatever.
No, and the thing is, I think it's not that many people don't care, it's because they are all desperately eking out a living. So it's very hard for the regular day-to-day person to care on a personal level. But when everybody sees these kinds of videos and remembers that they're part of the great web of life, perhaps that will help them put pressure on their leaders to propel the movement to help save the planet.
Right.
That's what I think, yeah. So
and that's why COP26 is not, it's not the end of things. This is the beginning of the next phase of the work. And what we have here is an urgent need for all of us to work together and force our leaders to bring this about. And the point that I think I want to make here is that politics is the necessary tool that we have used in the past to slow down geopolitical events.
Right.
When geopolitical events move too fast, we get war. And if we can slow it down with negotiation, that's a triumph.
Right.
What we have here, people wrongly describe the fight against climate change as a war. It's not a war. The whole purpose of a UN conference has historically been to prevent wars.
Right.
And that means to slow everything down, to get people to take the time to consider all the factors and so on and so forth. And that's what politics is there to do. And what we need now is a new kind of thinking about how to solve problems on the worldwide scale. Because what we need is global cooperation and rapid action.
Right, which is a difficult thing to achieve, but it can happen if people put the effort in and think about it.
Well, it calls for imagination as well as constant, steady pressure. And the fact is that politics, as presently constituted, is not a very good tool for this.
Right.
We're in the position of trying to convert a Greyhound bus into an airplane after having driven it off the cliff.
Gosh, that image is scary.
Yeah,
So
it is scary. On the other hand, there's 8 billion of us, and
maybe we can clap.
Some of us are pretty smart, and so it's at least possible. So
Right.
I return.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but the image was just, it's both horrible and funny.
All of us are laughing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the plane was driving straight for the ground, but the in-flight meal was awesome.
No, we can change this. We can
We
steer.
hope so.
Maybe we can change the metaphor and think of it as a ship to
There you
steer.
go. So the thing that we are looking at now from our perspective as musicians, I return over and over again to the wonderful words of my friend and colleague Michelle Kislyak when she talks about the Biaka people in the Central African Republic, the forest people. She says they live in polyphony with nature.
Lovely.
It's not harmony with nature. It's polyphony. There's many different things going on at the same time, and it's all part of that same buzzing, blooming confusion that we live in. And that is what we have to respect and cultivate and recognize. That's our hope, is that if all of us can take our different parts in this, then our work is not in vain.
Thank you so much, Warren. You are a daily inspiration, and I'm so privileged and happy to be in your life, to have you in my life, and to see you do this work, because it inspires all of us. So thank you, Warren.
The pleasure is mine. And by the way, this is the first time anybody on this show has ever seen the actual backdrop as opposed to my M4CJ backdrop.
Well, I stole the M4CJ backdrop for me.
That's right. So this is what my office looks like. You should be grateful I'm not going to show you the floor. By the way, this is an example of what the process of making the set lists for these things look like. Big pieces of cardboard, printed out all the different segments from the 2014 videos and the videos we accumulated for this project over hours and hours, weeks and weeks, months and months of work. Then they all got pinned up here and rearranged and shuffled in order to create the best programmatic structure. And I think we did a damn good job, and I think our team has done a great job.
I think all of you have done great work, but you, with putting together all these videos, the beautiful melding of the segments, the contacting, the compiling, the editing, the scripting, all of this was you. So I think you are an artist. I know all the musicians in the videos are artists, and you're a musician and you're an artist, but you're an artist of this whole effort. So thank you, Warren.
Thank you.
I'm Vijaya Sundaram for M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice, signing off. Thank you all for listening.
Hi, I'm Michelle Bongiovanni. I'm the founder and CEO of Heal Our World. I'm passionate about tackling climate change because it's the most disadvantaged in our world who will suffer the most. Please join us and take the pledge. I'm Michelle Bongiovanni. I'm committed to climate justice. Are you?
Give